In Homestead, Florida, stands one of this generation's megalithic structures, built by a single man named Ed Leedskalnin. First in Florida City, he relocated the entire castle to Homestead, Florida, where he completed the work. Frequently compared to the pyramids at Giza, the heads of Easter Island, and Stonehenge, we look at Coral Castle. One giant question remains. How did he build this? The only first-hand accounts that we have of other people watching Ed work is only at night, where he has been said to sing to the stones that now make up what he called Rock Gate. Many of these single pieces of rock weigh over 1,000 tons, and the question remains, how did he do this? We explore this question among many other questions about the nature of our reality, hidden technology, mathematics, and the world energy grid. Come along with me on this journey as we look into just how Ed Leedskalnin created Coral Castle. Hello everyone, welcome to the Yissel Missile Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissel, and today we are continuing our deep dive into Coral Castle. We will be picking up from where we left off with Chapter 2 from Anti-Gravity and the World Grid. And I think this is going to be a good one. This entire book is going to be so mind-boggling. So, we'll take all the time we need on it. Hey Andreas, good to see you. Thank you for being here. We'll get this rolling. So we made it to part 30. Can you believe that? This is an ongoing series, and I think at some point, actually tomorrow with Bermuda Triangle, I'm going to end up just leaving the part number in the description or put it at the end of the title. I just think that would be a little easier on people's minds. You know, I got new people coming in watching stuff, and it's like, I don't want them to feel pressured to watch everything, but at the same time, I want them to watch everything. So it's a little different. And my mom's here joining us in the chat tonight, so say hello, Donna. Hello, Mama. It's always great when my parents can catch watching this. Now, my dad watches after the fact, so he doesn't necessarily watch live. It's past midnight where he's at. But, it's all good. As long as you make the time to come in here. It's all that counts. So we got a lot of different diagrams, very similar to last time. But keep in mind, this is all based on a world energy grid. There's a lot of triangular vantage points with the energy grid. And a lot of these researchers, they've put together quite a compilation of maps and what they think is going on under our feet. So this might end up being a 2-hour show tonight, just giving you a heads up. We're going from pages 27 through 51, and next week is not any different. So these are starting to get more dense with the content, but you'll see why in a moment. But we'll take the time to look at each of these drawings and diagrams, and just a brief overview of this book. It's a compilation of like different researchers and their papers and such, and it's edited together by David Hatcher Childress. So it's not going to focus in right now. Anyways, we'll jump right in. And again, this is the second book that was recommended in the original reading that I started this series on. But there's plenty more after this. So we'll just keep on digging and digging. But just be prepared to see brand new things that you've never seen before here. Alright, so today's chapter is The Planetary Grid, A New Synthesis by William Becker and Bethe Hagens. And this is showing two sides of a globular Earth, which, again, we don't have to agree with everything that is presented here, but these people put a lot of time and effort into figuring out what exactly is going on. But you'll see later, it's not just spheres, it's a lot different than that. Alright. So before we begin, let's get my slideshow going. I'm going to stay this size of screen for this entire show. It's just the way I have to do it, so that you can see everything that's being shown in the book here. But let's begin. Bill Becker, professor of industrial design at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and Bethe Hagens, professor of anthropology at Governors State University, are a husband-wife team. In 1981, they started a product and graphics design partnership. Conservative Technology. Contact them at 105 Wolpers Road, Park Forest, Illinois, 60466. Be curious to know if that's still around. And there's a quote attributed to Pythagoras. Quote, "The experience of life in a finite, limited body is specifically for the purpose of discovering and manifesting supernatural existence within the finite." Introduction. We've entitled our current exercise in planetary grid research, quote, "A New Synthesis," end quote. And indeed, we hope it is. All that may be new about our work is that we have simply found a unique blend of the previously unblended ideas of others. Those others are true visionaries in the areas of unexplained Earth phenomena, human history, discovery, and the art science of geometry. And in parentheses it says Earth measure. End parentheses. Over the last year and 6 months, we've received literally hundreds of letters from researchers all over the globe who are seeking a comprehensive explanation for a continuum of phenomena and events which traditional science emotionally rejects as, quote, impossible, end quote, quote, hallucinatory, end quote, and or, quote, unquantifiable, end quote. Yet the events continue to be cataloged with many reports suppressed or labeled, quote, fraud, end quote, by orthodox scientists. Worldwide networks of questioning theorists persist and grow with each report. We will try to mention as many of our correspondents as we can within the text of this article. Several contributors listed at the end have truly transformed our view of this work. In 1200 AD, a new energy began to move within the cultures of the West. After centuries of obedient reflection within the established order of Roman Christianity, the spirit of individualism and exploration began to emerge. The 14th century great plagues of Europe, in which 1/4 of the continental population had died, with 3 out of 4 persons affected, had awakened in the West the archetypal imperative to, quote, control nature or die, end quote. By the 15th century, Leonardo da Vinci and the multidisciplined geniuses of the Renaissance had rediscovered the lost scientific principles of pre-Christian Greece and Rome, and had invented the, quote, viewpoint, end quote, of the individual within their perspective drawing and painting systems. Paintings and public murals now began to put the individual at the center of a, quote, worldview, end quote, which, for the first time in centuries, conveyed the notion that through individual effort and analysis, the person, the viewer, could come to order and, quote, control, end quote, the often hostile natural environment. This, quote, individual point of view, end quote, and in parentheses, perspective viewpoint on horizon, end parentheses, required detached awareness or standing distant from that which is viewed, and a consummate dedication to visual detail and analysis in order to, quote, render an in-depth perspective, end quote. The writing and journalism of today still ring with the Renaissance archetypes. Now it is 500 years later, and Leonardo's manifest symbol of individual viewpoint and detachment has brought us to viewing video discs of the Earth as seen from the moon. Again, questionable. It has also brought us to the uneasy conclusion that our pre-Renaissance imperative to control nature, literally, quote, that which is born, end quote, or die, so to control nature or die, has ushered us into a technological malaise where most of our man-made, quote, natural, end quote, control systems are in crisis, especially those systems which exploit, pollute, or dramatically disturb the biospheric processes of the Earth. Just as the perspective pictorial systems of the Renaissance artists, quote, brought into focus, end quote, the unspoken cultural archetypes of their time, we feel the current network of Planetary Grid researchers, and in parentheses of whom we are a part, end parentheses, may be on a similar path toward developing a unifying symbol of a new Earth, a paradigm as transcendent over our passing, quote, Iron Age, end quote, as the Renaissance was over the Dark Ages. What may make the proposition even more fascinating is the parallel analogy that, just as the driving force behind the creative energies of the Renaissance was the rediscovery of Greco-Roman science/philosophy, so with our planetary grid theorists, the driving force behind most research efforts is the continuing flow of evidence, both physical and metaphysical, that the existence of pre-Egyptian civilizations, some with highly advanced technologies, is now no longer speculative, but a necessary assumption for developing any comprehensive archaeological treatise. That's spelled Treatise. We believe that the planetary grid is an ancient model that brings control through comprehensive understanding and not through detached myopic analysis/manipulation. The contemporary video artist/philosopher Dan Winter expresses the idea beautifully. Quote, our destiny is to encounter our embracing collective mind with increasing intimacy and resonance. We awaken to a love life in which personal love expands to planetary love through this touching new body of mindfulness. A new body of mind crystallizes among us. End quote. And we have our first illustration on the first page, but that section carried over to the second page. But we'll read the subheading of this illustration, and then I will show it. It says, illustration number 1. These stones on display at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England, suggest a life of creative intellectual synthesis for the Neolithic craftsmen who crafted and, quote, wrapped, end quote, them with leather thongs. So these are stones that are wrapped in leather. Let's take a look at them. Now, you should notice the symmetry here. that will be built upon as we carry forward in this chapter. But we already have a name here. It's actually pretty familiar to me. Dan Winter. All right. So this next section has 3 more illustrations. We'll just go over the illustrations now, and then I will carry on reading in full here. Oh. A lot of stuff to hurt the brain. Alright, illustration number 2. Gold and bronze figures exhibiting 12 facets and 20, quote, horns, end quote, have been unearthed in France and Vietnam. Vietnamese war veterans recognize them as sacred Taoist objects, marking acupuncture points. Acupuncture points. Alright. That is this one right here. Illustration 3. The Neolithic craftsman could easily have created this beautiful polyhedron, which requires the overlap of a dodeca and icosahedron. 15, quote, great circles, end quote, or, quote, equators, end quote, of leather thong create the 120 polyhedron. That is this one right here. And you see it's starting to take shape of what we see on the cover. But let's continue on. Illustration number 4. The Minoan archives in Crete catalog the carved granite figure in which our armillary sphere rests as an unknown object. These were of such importance that archaeologists have cast concrete replicas for their restorations at Knossos. Notches in the top of the stand have led some to suggest that these might have been some sort of spit barbecue device. I don't think it was used to make food, I'll tell you that much. You see how some of these people just try to write this off like, oh, no, it's just cavemen with stones and chisels. Now look at what these are portraying here. And actually seeing these two things side by side actually looks like they share similar characteristics. I highly doubt that was... I mean, that's an insult to say that was used to make food with. Not sorry to say that either. Okay, so now we have a little bit of reading to do. There is not that much, actually. There's a lot of diagrams in this chapter here. But it's enough where it'll be a few minutes before we get back to looking at some more images. So just bear with me. Planetary Grid researchers. Prehistoric to present. Now we're touching upon stuff that I want to know about here. Specifically toward Coral Castle. The oldest evidence of possible planetary grid research rests within the Ashmolean Museum of Oxford, England. On exhibit are several hand-sized stones of such true geometric proportion and precise carving that they startle the casual viewer. I'm just checking something real quick here. Keith Critchlow, in his book Time Stands Still, gives convincing evidence linking these leather-thonged stone models, see illustration number 1, to the Neolithic peoples of Britain. And again, we're talking about... yeah, that's what I was looking for. We're talking about this first illustration here. With conservative date of construction at least 1,000 years before Plato described his 5 Platonic solids in the Timaeus, and that's around 1400 BC. And yet here they are, the octahedron, the icosahedron, dodecahedron, tetrahedron, and cube, all arrayed for comparison and analysis. So I want to show these things and name them. So let's do that. Octahedron, number 1. Octahedron. Icosahedron, number 2. Dodecahedron, number 3. Tetrahedron, number 4. And cube. Obviously very simply named. Other multidisciplined archaeological researchers, like Jeffrey Goodman and A.M. Davy, have dated the stone polyhedra to as early as 20,000 BC and believe they were used as projectiles or, quote, bolas, end quote, and that's spelled B-O-L-A-S, in hunting and warfare. Yeah, I really doubt that. Sorry, guys. I'm saying it to Goodman and Davy here. It's very difficult to, like, separate stuff like Darwin from, like, tangible evidence of things. And that's a whole other topic, Darwin. Davy has seen similar stones in northern Scotland, which he attributes to the early art of, quote, finishing the form, end quote, of crystalline volcanic rocks, which exhibit natural geometry. He dates these artifacts to at least 12,000 years before Plato, or 12,400 BC. Critchlow writes, quote, what we have are objects clearly indicative of a degree of mathematical ability so far denied to Neolithic man by any archaeologist or mathematical historian, end quote. In reference to the stone's possible use in designing Neolithic Britain's great stone circles, he says, quote, the study of the heavens is, after all, a spherical activity, needing an understanding of spherical coordinates. If the Neolithic inhabitants of Scotland had constructed Maze How, and in parentheses it says stone circle, and parentheses, before the pyramids were built by ancient Egyptians, why could they not be studying the laws of three-dimensional coordinates? That's a very good question. So Maze How is two words, and it's spelled M-A-E-S and then H-O-W-E. So let's continue on with this quote here. Is it not more than a coincidence that Plato, as well as Ptolemy, Kepler, and Al-Kindi, contributed cosmic significance to these figures? That's not a question. It has a period at the end. And that's the end of the quote. I have to take notes on this chapter, everyone. It's just, there's too much information coming through here. Alright, let's continue. Yet another historian, Lucy Lamy, spelled L-A-M-Y, in her new book on the Egyptian system of measure, gives proof of the knowledge of these basic geometric solids as early as the Egyptian Old Kingdom, 2500 BC. We agree in general with all the above researchers that the crafting of sophisticated three-dimensional geometries was well within the capabilities of pre-Egyptian civilizations. In fact, I tend to believe that the Egyptian pyramids were built before these Egyptian dynasties with pharaohs existed. I think they did a similar thing to the old world buildings that exist here in the United States. Those existed here, I think, before the colonizers showed up. To put simply, they were found. With the concept that knowledge of these geometries was necessary to building the stone circles and astronomical, quote, henges, end quote, we also agree and would add that we have evidence that suggests that these handheld stones were, quote, planning models, end quote, not only for charting the heavens and building calendrical monuments, but were also used for meteorological study, to develop and refine terrestrial maps for predicting major ley lines of telluric energy, and in conjunction with stone circles, were used to construct charts and maps for worldwide travel long before the appearance of the pyramids. Take another look at the 5 Neolithic stones. Okay. This should be good. Let me try this. Let me try this one out. So I'm going to show this while I read it. Sure, I don't really do this too much, so bear with me. Notice the placement of points on not only completed intersections where thongs connect, but on the, quote, open comers, end quote, where thongs might be added. The central figure, the dodecahedron, has all 12 centers of its pentagonal faces marked with points for further, quote, wrapping, end quote. As with the cube figure to the far right. Its corners are defined similarly by marked open points. Now note the tetrahedron, the second figure from the right. Its 4 vertexes, or corners, which traditionally define 4 triangles, have already been bisected by a second array of thongs defining another tetrahedron overlapping the first at midpoints. It is our contention that these stones were not wrapped and marked with leather to facilitate their use as, quote, bolas, end quote, or projectiles. Good, very good. I'm glad that that's not what they think. There's a lot more sophistication going on here than that. The stones and their varied nets are too delicate and complex to have been used as hunting and warfare shot. Their appearance struck us initially as ritual objects similar to the decorative reed spheres found in Southeast Asia, or as religious symbols such as the mysterious bronze and gold spheres found in France and Vietnam, which some say depict the ancient text of the Tao Te Ching. It may well be that all of these handheld objects served similar planning and mnemonic functions for the people who treasured and crafted them. And again, the one found in France and Vietnam is this one. Kind of reminds me of a toy that, like, I used to play with as a toddler, honestly. Gee, is that why I'm into all this? I don't know. This stuff just fascinates me, though. When we're getting down to the answers here, I want to know why or how Ed Leedskalnin built Coral Castle. And all of this is connected to it in some way. Okay, let's continue reading here. Viewing the stone polyhedra together, we can only conclude, as Keith Critchlow does, that their intended use was for the systems of geometry. Given the apparent use of these stones as, quote, planning models, end quote, and given the apparent, quote, extra wrap, end quote, of thongs on the tetrahedron, consider the result if the Neolithic craftsmen of these forms had decided to discover the ultimate in delineated spherical geometry models. A single sphere upon which would be combined all the wrappings and points of all 5 solids. The most direct route to such a figure is as follows. Take the icosahedron wrapping pattern and combine it with the existing pattern of points and thongs on the dodecahedron. The combination of figures provides a form composed of 15, quote, great circles, end quote, which intersect at 62 predicted common points. And that's what we're looking at here. This figure, which synthesizes the dodecahedron and icosahedron, or icosahedron, I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it correctly, with its 120 triangles, was not only known to the Greeks, but to other civilizations much earlier. We believe that its geometry can be applied in 2 forms. The, quote, girded sphere, end quote, or marked stone used for mapping, dowsing, or geometry, in parentheses, earth measure, end parentheses, and the armillary sphere, or, quote, celestial basket, end quote, used as an astronomical device to measure time via the solstices and daily sunrises. The armillary sphere casts a shadow on the captured stone within its framework. I think I just had a little revelation here. You know what also had a little dip of stone like that, but without this spherical ball on it? Coral Castle. to mark the solstices and the rising and setting of the sun. It'll pop up on here on the slideshow. I'm not sure when. But he does have a little basin where the sun is rising and setting. And it's supposed to be a calendar and a clock. So I wonder, did Ed Leedskalnin have a similar device like this, but the spherical object on top was removed? Or maybe he removed it himself and just marked points inside that basin. This basin right here. And you see how it has the line. It's just doing the ellipses. What if that is similar to this thing? He even has a little point. You see that? There's a right angle and then there's a little point. And a lot of this stuff has been painted over again a second time, third time. Like, the new owners of this place are just trying to upkeep what's left of it. And we're pretty sure, based on the other readings, that Ed's property was broken into. And his free energy devices were most likely confiscated. There's a military airport not even like 5 minutes away from this place on the other side of the U.S. route, whatever is that's going through there. Because his location was also like he wanted high visibility from passing public, and he also wanted to make it a destination point for people to travel to. And he claimed that he built all of this with the same knowledge as the pyramids in Giza, Stonehenge, and the heads of Easter Island. So that's a very large claim coming from a very small man in height. Because he's like 5 foot. I have the little height comparison thing to me standing next to his cardboard cutout in the welcome center there. That's near the beginning of the slideshow. It'll cycle through again. But all of this done, all of these large claims made by this 5 foot man who claimed to have built all of this himself. And all the while not divulging how he exactly did it. Oh. Alright, let's reread this a little bit. Because I want to focus on this basin. This illustration number 4 here. So just really quickly, we'll go over that one more time. We rarely do this. We try to just read through once. But I feel this is important. And, we're still talking about figure 3 here before we move on to this. So, just keep those two images in mind. This figure, which synthesizes the dodecahedron and icosahedron with its 120 angles, was not only known to the Greeks but to other civilizations much earlier. We believe that its geometry can be applied in 2 forms. The girded sphere, or marked stone used for mapping, dowsing, or geometry, or Earth measure, and the armillary sphere, or celestial basket, used as an astronomical device to measure time via the solstices and daily sunrises. The armillary sphere casts a shadow on the captured stone with its framework. See illustration 4. That sounds like what we were looking at up there. Thus echoing the ancient analogy, quote, as above, so below, end quote. Returning to the creation of our ultimate spherical model, the second step would be to take the other figures, cube, tetrahedron, and octahedron, and lay out their line arrays over the existing 62-point pattern. You will find that not only is the 62-point system of vertexes compatible with the icosahedron and dodecahedron, but that all the leather thong patterns of all the polyhedral stones are precisely, quote, mappable, end quote, over those same 62 vertexes. In fact, our surprised craftsman would soon discover that all 5 stone arrays can be overlapped one upon the other with different corner matchings until a beautiful polyhedron with 121, quote, great circles, end quote, and 4,862 points has been developed. This is the ultimate single sphere pattern which houses all 5 platonic solids within multiple orientations. See illustration 5. Let's see it. Are you ready for this? This explains the cover. And again, all this is doing, you're seeing the tetrahedron mapped out into the circle, along with the octahedron. So let's just read these out. The tetrahedron representing fire. The octahedron representing air. The icosahedron representing water. The dodecahedron representing Gaia. And the cube representing Earth. And you combine all of these together, and you get what's in the center there. Ain't that something? And then this has, obviously, the North American continent overlaid on top of it. Got Coral Castle right next to this giant point. So that's how that's made. So all 5 of those designs combine to create that. This is the same form that was used by R. Buckminster Fuller for his domes, and in our research, we have called it the Unified Vector Geometry, or UVG. 120 sphere. We consider it the key component in our proposed, quote, new synthesis, end quote, of planetary grid research. How about that? So we got another name to write down here. Buckminster. Fuller. You know, the term unified vector geometry, that's what we were just looking at. So it's good to know that it has a name. Alright, let's carry on here. Plato's description in the Timaeus of a cosmology based on the 5 regular volumes, tetrahedron, octahedron, cube, icosahedron, and dodecahedron, echoes Pythagorean teaching regarding the manifestation of the infinite within the finite. Plato postulates a metaphysics in which the 4 elements of Greek science, earth, air, fire, and water, are associated with 4 of the 5 solids. He mysteriously reserves his description of that most noble form used by the Creator to fabricate the universe as, quote, a certain 5th composition, end quote. Tradition relates the cube to earth, tetrahedron with fire, octahedron with air, icosahedron with water, and the dodecahedron with the universe, or, quote, prana / aether, end quote. And that's spelled A-E-T-H-E-R. And I didn't realize that there's like 2 names for that. Prana. Okay. Because he had written that, quote, the earth viewed from above resembles a ball sewn together from 12 pieces of skin, end quote. We believe he related the dodecahedron to Gaia, the living planet Earth. We also propose that Plato's mysterious, quote, 5th composition, end quote, is more complex than the dodecahedron, but based upon it. We suggest that Plato's most noble framework for building the universe is a form which unifies and supports all the forces operating simultaneously within the 5 regular solids, the 4 primary elements, and the Earth, Gaia, itself. The unified vector geometry 120 sphere. We further contend that this sphere is the pattern upon which the scientists built their armillary spheres, which to this day are used to cast shadows for reading the solstices and equinoxes. So is that what Ed did? Did Ed go and take these measurements, put them all together, come up with something like this, remove the ball, start making markings over? Maybe he used the ball to make the markings and then removed the ball. Like, we don't know. That's just my guess here. It's called the 120 sphere, though. Okay. I hope y'all are hanging in there. This is really getting deep into this subject. We further contend that this sphere is the pattern upon which the ancients built their armillary spheres, to which this day are used to cast shadows for reading the solstices and equinoxes. Contemporary researchers like Donald Cyr, spelled Cyr, and Sir J. Norman Lockyer, and that's spelled Lockyer, experts in archaeoastronomy, have again and again detected in the site layouts of ancient stone circles and cities a circular plan of radiating lines diverging from the sacred centers at angles of 22 plus, 11 plus, 46 plus, 90, 120, and 180 degrees. So we're going to take note of these names. Donald Cyr and Sir J. Norman Lockyer. These radiating lines, it was found, consistently align with standing stones, stone circles, and sunrise/solstice marking points on mountain peaks and crest, quote, notches, end quote, surrounding the site. A related set of angles in the megalithic landscape, 23.5 and 47 degrees, is equally regular but does appear to relate to celestial phenomena of the common variety. In many cases, these and the other angles link one sacred site to another miles distant. The basic triangle in our unified vector geometry 120 sphere exhibits just these angles at intervals strangely correspondent with those found by Lockyer and Cyr and others. Plato had traveled extensively while making notes for the Timaeus. His visit to Egypt would have brought him in touch with the historian/planners of the city of Cairo, engineer/geometer Richard J. Benson, or Dick Benson. Engineer geometer Richard J. Dick Benson believes that Cairo is possibly the most ancient surviving example of a precise geometric site plan, based not only on the angles discovered by Cyr and others, but on angles which connect sites across continents and which, again, are almost eerily similar to those in the UVG 120 sphere. And it says see illustrations number 6 and 7. Okay, we're getting into some really heavy stuff here. Illustration number 6. The world's oldest map, which Richard J. Dick Benson dates to 6018 BC, depicts the elegant theory of mathematics embodied in the planning of the city of Cairo. The megaliths shown are C for... I'm going to butcher these names. Cheops, spelled Cheops. K for Kemphren, spelled Kephren. M for Mykerinus, spelled Mikerinus, and S for Sphinx. Benson's work may well provide a helpful, radically new framework for historical linguistics, as well as uncover a lost simplicity in the art of numbers of geometry. So I guess we're looking at I just want to call this a cross circle. It says it's equal to 10,000 divided by 0.6336 foot. Let's take a look at it. And it's called Jesus Map. So take that for what you will. So this was also mentioning in the text. Let's see if I gotta really take a look here. So I understand where the Sphinx is at. So it's inside of this circle. It's right on the bottom of, like on the inside of that circle. Right on the left bottom side of the diamond in the center there. So I guess that's where the Sphinx is at. And this is Cairo. And this is documented as the world's oldest map. And it says, reprinted with permission of the author from world's oldest. It says world's oldest, and then it has that circle with the strike through it. World's oldest circle map. I'm just going to say that. 6018 BC. So what do we take from that? All of these sites were planned out. Like, that's for sure. And we know of this from other researchers. There's, like, megalithic measurements. And if we use those megalithic measurements, we'll find all sorts of symmetry and design within all of these areas. And there seems, like they said, there's marker points for all of these from city to city. Like it's all interconnected. So illustration 7. We're getting into some more heavy stuff here. Chiral alignments for, quote, hidden halos. And this says reprinted with permission of the editor from Stonehenge Viewpoint. Illustration number 7. Donald Sire is encouraging the use of a simple halo sighting template to be superimposed on maps of ancient sites in order to detect alignments that may indicate, quote, hidden halos, end quote. Atmospheric events that were almost certainly a part of the daily life of megalithic man. This sort of research will require the cooperation of compartmentalized scientists in astronomy, geology, archaeology, and other disciplines, but may recreate a holistic approach to Gaia that supported the lifestyle of the ancients. So before I show this, there's markings here that says 22-degree halo. And there's 4 of them, but they have other points within them. But it also says, note small dots indicate centers of small cities. And they're listed as ruins, tombs, mosque, Hill 591, Hill 325, Hill 558, Hill 190. Pyramids of Giza. So that's where the center point is the pyramids. So let's look at this thing. So the pyramids are almost inside the center. Actually, it's inside the center. And then you have these 22-degree halos. You have the Nile. You have Cairo right there. All the dots are major cities, or small cities. Centers of small cities. This is stuff that I could just look at and study for quite a while and still not wrap my head around it. All right. And we got Zandy in the chat. Hi, Zandy. Nice to have you here live. So what we're understanding so far with this chapter is symmetry and geometry were used in these ancient megalithic sites, especially in these ancient cities. There's a full-page illustration next. You ready for it? Illustration number 8. The U.S. Navy has analyzed the Piri-Reis map, and this is 2 words, and it's spelled P-I-R-I-R-E-I-S. The U.S. Navy has analyzed the Piri-Reis map and determined that it is a correct circular grid projection from Cairo. The half diamond, and in parentheses, outlined by grid points 37, 19, 20, and 38, end parentheses, which contains the complete construction infill of the original map, shows a superficial, though perhaps indicative, resemblance to 2 basic triangles of the UVG system we propose. Okay. Just give me a moment and I will show this on screen. 37, 19, 20, 38. Okay. Ready to see this? And it looks like it's like radiating out from Egypt there, right? So the 4 points it mentioned on the previous page, 19, 37, 38, and off in the corner there, 20. Alright, just give me a moment here. We've been going an hour and 20 minutes already. You see how this takes time? But I'm getting something out of this. I hope you all are too. Let's keep going though. Amazing. Okay. On to a little more reading, and then we have illustration 9. And really, there's a total of 24 illustrations in this chapter. And we went through 8 so far. Let's continue. I didn't want this to go this long, but we're finishing the chapter, so as long as it takes. Hopefully we'll cap at 2 hours, but if we go over that, so be it. We're getting into some of this heavy content now. Mathematically heavy, geometrically heavy, that's what I mean by that. I mean, we're looking at diagrams that like very few people take the time to look at. So, again, I appreciate y'all being here. Could Plato have avoided in the Timaeus a direct reference to the simple dodecahedron as his framework for universal creation because he was still searching for, quote, a certain fifth composition, end quote, which would satisfy the magnificent site plan of Cairo that Benson's map implies? Or was he restricted by a secret vow to the Pythagorean Brotherhood not to reveal to the world the true form of Pythagoras's compound polyhedron, which held all the solids within its form and had been used in the global grid and armillary sphere, quote, planning models, end quote, for Cairo and other sacred cities. Since Plato, history has lightly sketched what seems to have been a sub rosa quest for a Cairo-centered mapping system, which would, quote, square the circle, end quote, and or show the way to the Holy Grail. In parentheses, interestingly, a 13th century writer named Wolfram described the Grail as a, quote, precious stone fallen from heaven, end quote, and then parentheses. We're getting a lot of name drops today here. Curious artifacts like the Piri-Reis map, dated 1523 AD, but believed to be a copy of an ancient Greek original, show, quote, wind rose, end quote, lines converging on Cairo with angular divisions of 22 plus and 11 plus degrees. And in parentheses, it says, see illustration 8. Yeah, that's what we were just looking at here on this page right here. And this actually, to me, looks like a cross-section of something. And this little section up top, it's like considered a diamond because this is in a little angle and this is at a point. This section right here. But like if this is a quarter section of some larger circle, what's at the center of it is my question. Could this map have been an extension of the sight lines and solstice/sunrise markers which encircle ancient Cairo? Viewed, quote, from above, end quote, the major points on the Piri-Reis map so nearly approximate points on our UVG 120 sphere that we have included a sketch using our geometry and Piri-Reis's lines which attempts to complete the missing portion of the world map the Admiral originally drew. Aha! You see? I said it was a portion of it. And that's actually... So that explains this lower portion. So this is actually from Becker and Hagens. They expanded that, so that actually does complete what was on my mind as well. And maybe because I had, like we all saw that as we looked at this, you could see how they fit that in and then tried to complete the circle there. Oh man, we ran out of music. Just give me a second here. Look at that, we went so long I ran out of music. Sorry, we got more. Okay. So, actually, to look at this one more time here, we're kind of seeing the continent of Africa, right? I'm not sure what that center point is. But it seems like they were sure about the accuracy of it, so we'll just carry on. The Piri-Reis map and another unique document. The Buache map of 1737, and that's spelled Buache, contribute much toward our contention that early, possibly pre-Egyptian civilizations possessed mathematical, astronomical, and geophysical skills equal to those in this confused, quote, Iron Age, end quote. There's a bunch of new terms here for me, which I'm sure it's the same for most of you. Both maps possess highly accurate and unique views of the continent of Antarctica not known, supposedly, before the International Geophysical Year of 1958. And it says see illustration 9. So let's look at that. The Buache map of 1737 shows Antarctica correctly without its ice cover, and may indicate everything from a dramatically different Earth climate than today to a technical capacity beyond that generally attributed to human culture 10,000 years ago. The map provides an interesting piece in grid theory. The centers of all UVG 10/12 pentagons fall at the edges of continents or in oceans. Let's take a look at this thing. I can't even read that on the screen. That's also put together by Becker, Hagens. And that's showing Antarctica without the ice. The Piri-Reis map was found in Istanbul in 1929 and is said to have been copied from a map originating in the library in ancient Alexandria. That'd be pretty cool if that was true. The Library of Alexandria burned down quite a while ago. The Buache map of 1737 is said also to be the result of copying ancient Greek maps. Both maps astonishingly depict Antarctica's true land masses through their icy cover. Though instruments to detect such land masses were not invented until 1958. Even if the maps are complete frauds, they still predict Antarctica's true profile 30 years early. Yeah, it was found in Istanbul in 1929. And instruments to detect such land masses were not invented until 1958. The matter of maps which can't exist but do is a kind of continuing corollary avenue of research compatible with unified vector geometry. The maps of the so-called mythical continents of Mu, that's spelled M-U, and Pan, spelled P-A-N, in parentheses, as described in the channeled Oaspe, a new Bible in the words of Jehovah. So, new words here again for me. Ohaspe, O-A-H-S-P-E, and Jehovah, J-E-H-O-V-I-H. In the writings of controversial scientist/philosopher Sir James Churchward, and in revelations of the Lemurian Brotherhood to the Lemurian Fellowship in Ramona, California, end parentheses, were all made long before the geophysical year studies and the contemporary pioneering ocean cartography of Marie Tharp and Bruce Heezen. That's spelled Heezen. It says, see illustration number 10. Oh my. Wow. That's between Japan and the coast of California. You see all that? So Mu is right there. Pan is up here. Mu is also outlined on the side there. You can see that little arrow. According to Lemurian Fellowship, and that's based out of California. Incredible. And there's names on this map too, if you see it. Ruhut Plains, Tama Valley, Hada. You know, I'm sure the the Hawaiian Islands are in there somewhere. I'd say, well, somewhere in there. I can't think of it off the top of my head. And let me see what it says at the page bend, at the binding. It says base map adapted from Lemurian Fellowship. Lemurian Fellowship, date unknown. Wow. So I'm going to add a little context to this, and then we're going to look at it again. Hey, Missing Time 420, thank you. I appreciate that. Missing Time 420 says, Coral Castle just came up on Rob's show. I dropped the link in his chat to this show. Thank you. Yeah, we're pretty deep into the World Energy Grid stuff here. And really quickly, what's Rob's show? Because I'm so encompassed in this right now, I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest. But thank you. I appreciate you cross-promoting me with this topic. So it is helpful. It's helpful for people finding this and learning about all this. So what's striking me right now is there's a little box at the bottom here where it says marsh forests, and they're marked with little X's. Mountains, which are little crosshatch, it's like little hashes. Okay, so we have marsh that's like little that are marked by X's. Forests, they're marked by a bunch of little dots clustered. Mountains are outlined with little slashes in like an oval pattern. And then present islands and continents have just solid lines making eventually a circle. I don't even know how to interpret this, really. All I know is that it's showing mountains in the middle of the Pacific. So let me show you this little thing here. Ain't that wild? So, like, while we're all focused on what's, like, happening over here with Ed Leedskalnin and Coral Castle, and then furthermore, the Bermuda Triangle and Atlantis going off the page. Look at what's happening on the other side of the continent here. And just for reference, there's Australia, there's New Zealand down there. But all of these, like, these are all mountains here. Here. All these things right, those are all mountains. Mountains. Like, incredible. Andreas says Bigfoot Michigan Rob, or BMR. He's like Paranormal Roundtable. Oh, very cool. Yeah, you know, I'm not expecting myself to be the only person talking about Coral Castle, but we're going into so much more detail than whatever I can find on the internet. And really, this is the only way we can get into all of this content is by sitting down and reading these books that are recommended from the books that are in the gift shop of Coral Castle. That's how we do this here. Oh, it's just, I don't know how to explain this, what we're looking at. I guess what I want to know is was all this landmass present at the same time as Atlantis? And was all of this connected on a world grid system? And was it all man-made? And then a catastrophic flood just wiped all of this out. It's at the bottom of the oceans now. Alright, let's continue reading here. This is gonna take us a little time, but that's what this is all about. Taking the time. Taking the time to absorb, to understand. Just give me one moment here. I need to get through this with no water. I have no water left. It's all good. Okay, so based off of what we just looked at, I will show you this one more time and then we'll continue reading. This is a map of the Pacific Ocean and the possible land that was there prior to the Great Flood or Great Floods, plural, because we're still not sure on that one too. The Bible says one great flood, but we have other religious texts that also say that there's been floods at different times. So I'd say the truth is somewhere in the middle there, because we do have revisions that have happened to the Bible. Let's carry on. Notice the remarkable patterns of mountain ridges running 270 around Hawaii. Okay, let's take a look at that. You know, I wish this would have just labeled the 270. You see, I was looking for Hawaii on this map, and I just couldn't spot it out. Okay, I think I found Hawaii. Right there says Honolulu. So we're looking at Hawaii being right here. Okay. That's good. It's just... it wasn't easy to spot. It says, notice the remarkable patterns of mountain ridges running 270 around Hawaii. Yeah, that's what I was actually talking about. Like, look at this stuff. So we have Hawaii here. This is a mountain ridge. This is a mountain ridge. This is a mountain ridge. You can see how they're all just striated, kind of like a spiral. If we get closer, you can see the crosshat, or like the hashes, which reveals, based off of this little key, that they are mountains. And if those lines were solid, that would mean that they are present day. But they're not. The only thing that's present day is showing is Honolulu. Okay. The flat, quote, plain, P-L-A-I-N, end quote, to the northeast. Alright, let's look at that. So it's just saying, notice this is all just a plain. So you know how they say like Midwest America, Illinois, but I prefer to say Nebraska is like the real flatlands. So it's called the Ruhut Plains. But look at that, just all open space. Those are plains. And then you have mountains over here. And this is on such a grand scale. The boundary through the western quarter of the United States and Canada, which marks the division between the Pacific Plate and the North American Shield. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I know what they're saying here. So there's this line that just... It runs from Australia up here. It cuts down. But I think what they're saying is to look at that, which cuts right into there. And then continues down and around. And this is labeled as Mu or Mu by the Lumerian Fellowship. Whether or not these continents existed is a less important question than how accurately the maps mesh with the best contemporary scientific knowledge. The correspondence is very close. Returning to the maps of Piriris, Buash, and the ancient sea kings, what kind of planning models would an ancient mariner need to construct such maps? Ivan Sanderson, researcher into the unexplained, he was brought up in the Bermuda Triangle series, asked such questions in the 1960s and 70s. With several associates, he set out to, quote, pattern the mysteries. He set out to, quote, pattern the mysteries, end quote, by taking full advantage of modern communication technology and statistical data analysis. His success was startling. His 1972 article in Saga magazine, quote, "The 12 Devil's Graveyards Around the World," end quote, plotted ship and plane disappearances worldwide, focusing attention on 12 areas equally spaced over the globe, in which magnetic anomalies and other energy aberrations were linked to a full spectrum of strange physical phenomena. And it says in parentheses, see illustration number 11. That's this top one here. Bermuda Triangle. Oh, wait, no. Devil's Triangle by Japan. ancient Mu, Bermuda Triangle, not quite Egypt, but they're on the African continent. And then one more lying by like India and Pakistan. And then you have all these other ones on the bottom running. One on the South Africa, one off the coast of looks like Brazil, not too sure there. And then two more in between there, right before Australia. So that's what those 12 points by Ivan Sanderson, that's what he's talking about there. Highest on Sanderson's statistical priority list was a losange-shaped area east of Miami in the Bahamas, on the western tip of the infamous Bermuda Triangle. This area's, quote, high profile, end quote, of strange events, Sanderson concluded, was mostly due to the enormous flow of air/sea traffic in the area. Other zones of anomaly, though less familiar, were equally rich in disappearances and space-time shift occurrences. A pilot flying with passengers near the Hawaii zone suddenly found himself... hold on. A pilot flying with passengers near the Hawaii zone suddenly found himself in a, quote, dead zone, end quote, without instruments and unable to communicate beyond the cockpit. After flying some 350 miles, the, quote, phenomenon, end quote, lifted, and the pilot found that tower officials could find no measurable time had elapsed between the beginning of his, quote, dead zone, end quote, experience and its end. Missing time, 420. Don't feel bad if you don't think anyone's followed you here. We've had 25 viewers over this nearly 2 hours. I get shown sometimes that nobody's watching, but you guys are clearly talking in the chat. The topics that we're covering here are not for everybody. Like, they are, but like not everybody's interested in spending the time on this. So the further along we go in this series, eventually it might just be me talking to nobody. Like, I don't want to say that's what's going to happen, but this path that we're on with this research, most of the time, we as individuals are walking this path alone. There's not going to be people at certain points where we can say, hey, did you see that? We just have to take notes. And like what Sanderson said here, this pilot went into a dead zone, flew 350 miles, and then air traffic control was like, well, you didn't go anywhere. And he's like, dude, I just like flew from like here to Ohio, from like Chicago to Dayton, Ohio, and you guys think I didn't move an inch? So just keep that in mind. we are covering things that have been suppressed for such a long time, and it takes a certain amount of concentration to even start to understand some of this content. But we are already, just with this book alone, we are in the territory of the path less traveled, where we're going to be looking at this and figuring out things on our own, and then somehow, hopefully, we can explain to others, like what I'm doing here, in more understandable terms of what's really going on. But like I said, I've said this several times now, this topic cannot be covered in a short reel. You're not going to be seeing all the answers you want in a 20-second clip. We're at an hour and 56 minutes in here. This is like double what we normally do for Coral Castle. Normally, it's an hour and a half. We still have 18 pages to go, but a lot of it's full-page illustrations. But we have to spend the time on this stuff and not just breeze through all of the material. Okay, on to the next thing. I want to soak this stuff up. I want to be able to recall this after the fact. There's a lot, like I've said before, like we only retain a certain amount of information. But us looking at this stuff and hearing me read this out loud, we'll retain that, but it won't be an active cue in our memory. It's going to be sporadic here and there. But the more time we spend on this, the more we'll retain, I guess is what I'm saying. And I try to keep this shorter. This is a longer show today, but it's for good reason. We have a lot of new diagrams, maps, ancient, see, I'm already losing words. These are ancient maps from advanced civilizations of our past that we've only rediscovered in the past 100 or so years. It's 2025, apparently. And what was that one map? 1737. It was found in 1929. You see, all that information right there is just... it's sometimes too much for people. The world's oldest map, 6018 BC. Has Cairo on it. I think that's important. So, I guess something you could take from this missing time, the user in the chat, missing time 420. Thank you for sharing the link to the show. Hopefully when people rewatch, they'll be able to go and make an after the fact exploration on this topic. Hopefully the link will stay up there for like the replays, is what I'm saying. And people will find this later. A lot of the viewers of this channel watches these live shows after the fact, which is okay. We have over 130 views on the last Bermuda Triangle show from last week. And we didn't have that many people live, that's for sure. But the good thing is people are watching it. People want to seek out the knowledge. And that makes all of this worth doing. On top of the fact that it interests me like nothing else right now. I'm so into this. This is why this is called a deep dive. I said it before. This isn't a 20-second short reel. Hey, did you ever hear about this place? No, we're looking in. No, did you ever see this map of the Pacific Ocean? Where mountains used to be? Well, if you haven't, now you have. And look, it's showing Mu and Pan. You know, like Pangea. And then we were talking about this earlier. These continental lines, you know, like this one that runs up through the North American plate and back down. Like there's something to that where modern scientists can go in and map the ocean floor and be like, yeah, there's plates down there that move. A lot of this causes like the earthquakes and the tsunamis and all that, which is a more basic way of explaining things. But you're not going to see this in a really quick video where I'm just flash framing all of this to you. You wouldn't understand what the key says down here, which says like the striated ovals are the mountains. Look at all those mountains. And look how tiny North America is in comparison. And imagine this hooked up to another grid that is in the Atlantic over here. So it just goes on and on. But the thing that I want to do here is like connect it all together. So what can I say? Hey, Beyond the Box, thanks for being here. Beyond the Box says, the commercials are killing me. Well, sorry about that, Brenda. I have a monetized channel, so I'm actively trying to make this a profitable thing for me because I'm spending quite a lot of time here. And I don't really have to explain myself. I have all of these books that I'm going over where you're not going to find them on, like what Missing Time says. Missing Time says can't get this on TikTok. No, you're not going to find this stuff on TikTok. So if the ads are bothering you, I apologize, but that's just the way this is going to go. It's randomly inserted every 10 minutes or so, I think. But the thing you could do if you really want to bypass it, you can get an ad blocker in your browser. I mean, that's how I watch everything. But to compensate for that, you can always send a super chat. They're always open. They're always open up there. Or you could become a member of the channel, which I already have 3, maybe 4 exclusive videos right now just for members only. So it's not like withholding any information that I have here that I'm sharing now. Like, this is all a free show. And we just went over the 2-hour mark. So while I'm happy to give all of this information for free, this is also a journey. And again, I'm sorry if you keep on getting hit with ads, but I'm able to monetize the channel. I'm taking advantage of it. And I'm not even making that much. I'd be lucky if every 5 months I get $100. Okay. So like I'm averaging between 15 and 20 bucks a month. Payouts don't happen until it hits $100. And last payout was, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. And I've spent way more money on these books than I have gotten back from Google. And a lot of some of these books actually say that it cannot be reproduced in any way, shape, or form. But it's also been so long that I think it's okay. I'm making this an interactive thing here, where everybody can learn and read along, listen along with me, see these images that are in these books. Andreas says, well, guys, I gotta say later, Steven and fellow learners, I gotta get some sleep. Bye-bye, take care. Yeah, thank you, Andreas, for being here. I know it's late. Oh, and Brenda coming in with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Brenda. That's what I'm talking about. Missing Time 420 says, Brenda, if you relaunch from your history, it'll skip the ad. Awesome. Yeah, take those pointers, use them, because, like, there's ways around it if it's bothering you. And I know, Andreas, if you catch it later, like the rest of the channel, like, thank you. Thank you for going through all of this. You are awesome, Brenda. Coming in clutch. Look at that. Alright, we still have more to go over. There's... oh my gosh. There's a lot here. There's a lot. One more time before we continue reading. And also, Brenda, if you have any requests, like, since you've super chatted, like, if you have a request that you want me to, like, go over a little in more detail here, let me know, and we'll spend the time talking about it, alright? But again, this is a map of the Pacific, of the ancient Pacific, and what we're looking at here, just very roughly, are basically like the continental plates, but it cuts through here, and then stops at Australia. There's also other little lines of plates inside, it seems. But the one in particular that this chapter is focusing on is this one that's running down here. Alright. And we're going to finish this chapter today. Missing Time says, see, I just skipped an ad in less than a second. Very good. And then Missing Time also said, request a read in a funny voice. There's a hint for you, Brenda. Do you want Arnold? Do you want the Macho Man? Just ask it. I'll read it like that. Not too long in the book here though, but I'll read something in that voice. But I think you could come up with something a little more creative. Not saying that Missing Time 420 that's not creative, because I can do a few pretty good impressions. It's been a while. Okay. So we're gonna get back into reading here. But this was saying about the patterns of mountain ridges running around Hawaii, the flat plain to the northeast, the boundary through the western quarter of the United States and Canada, which marks the division between the Pacific Plate and the North American Shield. And whether or not these continents existed is a less important question than how accurately the maps mesh with the best contemporary scientific knowledge. The correspondence is very close. Basically, with the advanced tools that we have today, these maps match up pretty accurately to all of that. There's a lot of symmetry with it all. Thank you again, Brenda, for that super chat. You're awesome for doing that. Really briefly, I want to mention about the memberships of the channel. Now, it's not completely active right now for like what I'm producing for members only, but the last Let's Talk About It, I had a member special. And I made that a member special because I got really pensive with my thoughts and everything, and it was like an introspection show, as well as showing Bruce Cathy speaking on video, which is directly tied to this series alone. So I also have the Great Lakes Triangle Deep Dive series, which is starting off initially as a members only show, but it will become free to all to watch at a certain point in the future. I think once I hit 4 or 5 episodes, I'll release the first episode to the public for everyone to watch. And then over time, I'll eventually have the Great Lakes Triangle Deep Dive series available to everyone. But I'm using that Deep Dive series as an incentive for people to become members of the channel. So I'll do my best to make that an enjoyable ad-free experience, because the members only shows have no ads on them, and the only reason I have the ads on things is to help generate income for the channel because of all the time that I put into this. Plus, I am a videographer. I've done video production for well over 2 decades now. The Bermuda Triangle intro for tomorrow night, like, make sure you watch that thing. The opening of tomorrow night's show is the next step with we're introducing a new book in the series, but I completely, like, I overhauled the intro. It looks amazing now. So just make sure you catch that. If you don't catch anything else, at least watch the Bermuda Triangle intro tomorrow night. And we'll be starting the second book of the G&J Kassar series with that. We mentioned Bermuda Triangle tonight here. This is all tied in. It's very close to Coral Castle. It's close to the ley lines. So there is going to be overlapping happening here. And at some point, this series intro will be upgraded as well. So it comes down to me having the time to spend on it and editing and putting it all together. And I'll probably redo the voiceover for this one so that it's a little more compact, and I'll put a few more visuals up. But yeah, we'll get back right into reading here. Awesome. Beyond the Box says, Steve, I'm making homemade peach cobbler. That sounds delicious. Let me know how that is when you're done with it. Missing Time says, I just got an idea. I can get the book from the library and follow along. That's the idea here. Missing Time 420. I'll give you a look at the name one more time. Yeah, if you can find this at the library, or if you can get your library to get it from a different library and shipped to your library so you can loan it from them, like, by all means, do that. And that's why I say, like, what chapter we're on, and I'm showing each illustration. But, like, you having the book in your hand will also help you learn and retain a lot of the information, too. So there's many ways to go about absorbing all of this. Yeah, see, even my mom says that peach cobbler sounds good. Very cool. All right. Gonna jump back into this because we are gonna end up going 3 hours if I don't start moving along here. But thank you again, Brenda, for that super chat. And again, if you have a request, just let me know. Oh, and next week's show is going to be even more of like a mind squeeze. So just keep that in mind. This is getting into so much like esoteric knowledge. A lot of you, including myself, are going to be hearing and reading about this for the first time. So just be prepared. Tomorrow's show on Bermuda Triangle, it'll be a lot more easier on the mind. But this is... We're going over ancient knowledge here, so... That's why we're pacing it. Alright, we're going to reread one paragraph, and then we're going to move on. Continue on. We're going to look at illustration 12. So let's carry on here. Returning to the maps of Piri-Reis, Buash, and the ancient sea kings, what kind of planning models would an ancient mariner need to construct such maps? Ivan Sanderson, researcher into the unexplained, asked such questions in the 1960s and 70s. And with several associates, he set out to, quote, pattern the mysteries, end quote, by taking full advantage of modern communication technology and statistical data analysis. His success was startling. His 1972 article in Saga magazine, titled The 12 Devil's Graveyards for Around the World, plotted ship and plane disappearances worldwide, focusing attention on 12 areas equally spaced over the globe, in which magnetic anomalies and other energy aberrations were linked to a full spectrum of strange physical phenomena. And that was illustration 11, which is right here. Oh, wow, Brenda. Thank you. Brenda just sent another $5 super chat. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda says, I need to go to bed. Putin is still sick. And I'm beat. I believe that's what she meant to say. And everyone have a good night. Well, good night to you too, Brenda. Thank you. And let's all make sure Putin gets better here. Let's send our positive energy to Brenda's friend. Very close friend, her doggy. So they just went to the vet. We wish Putin a full recovery. And thank you again, Brenda. Like, you're awesome. What can I say? Alright. Highest on Sanderson's statistical priority list was a losange-shaped area east of Miami in the Bahamas on the western tip of the infamous Bermuda Triangle. This area's, quote, high profile, end quote, of strange events, Sanderson concluded, was mostly due to the enormous flow of air/sea traffic in the area. Other zones of anomaly, though less familiar, were equally rich in disappearances and space-time shift occurrences. A pilot flying with passengers near the Hawaii zone suddenly found himself... Oh, see, I read it wrong again, didn't I? A pilot flying with passengers near the Hawaii zone suddenly found himself in a, quote, dead zone, end quote, without instruments and unable to communicate beyond the cockpit. After flying some 350 miles, the, quote, phenomenon, end quote, lifted, and the pilot found that tower officials could find no measurable time had elapsed between the beginning of his, quote, dead zone, end quote, experience and its end. And I was just comparing that to if you were in Chicago and then flew to, like, Dayton, Ohio, that's about 350 miles. But then the air traffic control says you didn't move at all from O'Hare Airport in Chicago. Like, what are you talking about? And then you end up seeing yourself back in O'Hare, and you never flew to Dayton, even though you experienced flying to Dayton. It's just bizarre. That's what they mean about when they say space-time anomalies. Like, in the Bermuda Triangle series, the deep dive series on this channel, we went over one instance of, I think a plane was supposed to be heading toward Fort Lauderdale, but a tower in New York City picked them up. And these radio towers are not supposed to transmit that far. So you can see the map of the United States there. You have a plane that's supposedly going to fly right into Fort Lauderdale Airport, but then New York City hears the approach. That's an example of the space-time anomaly happening. Unexplainable from a technical point of view. Okay. Another area of continuing disappearances and mysterious time warps is the Devil's Sea, located east of Japan between Iwo Jima and Marcus Island. And that may be another deep dive series I'll eventually get into. So, we'll see, because I do want to expand on that area as well. But there's something happening in the Great Lakes. There's something happening over in Japan. This is all happening on different parts of the grid. So, like, we're gonna just spend time on these different things at different times. But this is like all-encompassing on today's show here for some reason. Because we're talking about the world grid, so it's going to come up. Here at the Devil's Sea, events have become so sinister that the Japanese government has officially designated the area a danger zone. Sanderson theorized that the tremendous hot and cold currents crossing his most active zones might create the electromagnetic gymnastics affecting instruments and vehicles. His theory is now being balanced against several. I never considered that temperature might be coming into play with these anomalies. So does temperature affect the energetic ley lines? I guess is the next question. These same areas in the pattern of an icosahedron have been mapped out in the Keys of Enoch from 1977 by J.J. Hurtak. That's spelled Hurtak. So I'm taking a note of that as well. Keys of Enoch. By J.J. Hurtak. But are explained as natural time warp contact areas used by the Brotherhood. So the Lumerian Brotherhood is what they're talking about. And Missing Time 420 says, the Lakes one I'm looking forward to. Yeah. That book that I'm reading from for the Great Lakes Triangle, it claims that it is even more mysterious than the Bermuda Triangle, which it says it right in the first opening pages, and I'm like, that's quite a claim considering we have so many instances in the Bermuda Triangle that's documented as unexplained and missing people, planes, ships that have never been recovered, and planes and ships that have returned but without the people on them, but like with the key still in the ignition, all those sorts of things. It's pretty wild though. Yeah, you're gonna enjoy that series. I'd say within the next month I'll release that first episode, and then we'll get that rolling out to the rest of the channel. But for right now, that's behind the paywall, unfortunately. Like, I have to do something to keep the channel going. So that's why I do what I do with this. So most of this content on here, and prior to several years ago, everything I did for free. So it's just a way for you guys to support me and thank me for what I do. That's all it is. But eventually you guys will get most of the content that I'm creating going forward, including this show. This show will never be behind a paywall. So, and I even don't like that term, but that is what it is. Okay. Just to refocus here. These same areas in the pattern of an icosahedron have been mapped out in the Keys of Enoch from 1977 by J.J. Hertak, but are explained as natural time warp contact areas used by the Brotherhood. It is not unreasonable metaphysical theory to assume a pulse to the universe, an electromagnetic heartbeat which makes time appear to go backward and ahead, for planes of existence to manifest and disappear. What better spots for contact than Sanderson's? And it says see illustration 12. And let's take a look at it. Alright, let's read the caption first, because it is wild to look at. Illustration number 12. In his tour de force, The Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, a meta-linguistic code document of linguistic cybernetic information, Dr. J.J. Hertak proposes areas of artificial and natural. And it says artificial is this thing that's shown above, and the natural is what's shown below. Artificial and natural time warp areas used for contact by the Brotherhood. Numbers reflect planetary grid coding points we have adopted that duplicate the original Russian system. Let's take a look at it. So natural and artificial. Let's take a little closer look at this. Yeah, it's showing the same areas, but it's just saying one's natural, one's artificial. Okay. And then the caption for illustration 11, which was right above that. I'll read that as well before we carry on. But that was this one here by Ivan Sanderson. That one, the caption reads, the Lozenge-shaped anomalies of electromagnetic aberration were identified by Ivan Sanderson in the late 60s and were the impetus for a worldwide reinvestigation of practical whole Earth geometry. A source of confusion has been over the location of equally spaced points zigzagging the globe 36 degrees from the equator. This is not point latitude, but rather the angle of incidence with the equator, as shown above. Okay. Let's continue reading here. Missing times says no complaints. Makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I assume you're talking about the way I'm running the channel, so thank you. Ivan Sanderson and his energetic colleagues are surely the contemporary rediscoverers of what has come to be called the, quote, planetary grid, end quote. So named by Christopher Bird in an article which appeared in the New Age Journal of May 1975. And this is spelled B-I-R-D, like the creature, the bird. Bird's writing brought to light that a truly, quote, morphogenic, end quote, worldwide research effort involving human/Earth origins and grids had taken off parallel to and as a result of Sanderson's work. Bird wrote about 3 Russian researchers, Nikolai Goncharov, a Muscovite historian, Vyacheslav Morozov, a construction engineer, and Valery Makarov, an electronics specialist, who had published an article entitled, quote, "Is the Earth a Large Crystal?" End quote. Their work, supportive of and following immediately upon Sanderson's, had outlined a worldwide grid of points nearly identical to Sanderson's 12, and had added 50 more. These occurred where Sanderson's global icosahedron overlapped the Russians' proposed combination of icosa and dodecahedron. So they were laying these designs over each other and just found out they matched up. But this is more of like a rediscovery of these matching points. Because as we looked at the beginning of this chapter, these 5 stones, which are considered some of the most ancient in the world, if not the oldest, if you were to lay them all together, creates something that looks like this. Alright. So these guys are just starting to rediscover all of this ancient technology in the 1970s. And welcome, Sage Cooley. Thank you for being here. I assume you say you will replay this in the morning. Yeah, there's a lot of information here. So if you're just tuning in now, that's cool you're here live, but go back and watch the whole thing, because like we covered some really interesting images here and concepts. Okay. So we were talking about these 3 Russian specialists, these researchers, how they had kind of matched up to, or like nearly identically matched up to Sanderson's 12 points and added 50 more. These occurred where Sanderson's global icosahedron overlapped the Russians' proposed combination of icosa and dodecahedron. These new lines and points, in conjunction with Sanderson's, now matched most of the Earth's seismic fracture zones and ocean ridge lines, as well as outlined worldwide atmospheric highs and lows, paths of migratory animals, gravitational anomalies, and even the sites of ancient cities. The tradition established by the Russians with the overlapping icosa/dodecahedron grid has been adopted by almost all grid researchers, with the exception of New Zealand's Captain Bruce Cathy, who is working with the cube. Oh man, this is the cube octahedron. And in parentheses, it goes on to explain Fuller's vector equilibrium model, briefly discussed in the next section of this article. Okay. I told you this was going to get heavy with information. I warned you. So, end parentheses. Among the rest, there are some common themes in the predictive science of the grid and some dramatic divergences. Those involved in what might be thought of as, quote, classic geometrics, end quote, use the model to predict physical events and measurable phenomena in the tradition of Ivan Sanderson. And it's going to be listening to a bunch of people here. Athelstan Spillhouse. So that's the person's name. I'm going to spell it out here. AthelstansPilhaus. In parentheses, it says faults, seismic activity, and continental drift. End quote. Then we have J.J. Hurtak, spelled Hurtak. In parentheses, time warps, evidence of paraphysical grid line connections among pyramids in the Americas. End parentheses, and then A.M. Davie, spelled Davie. And in parentheses, coincident events. Oh man, this is a lot. This is a lot just for one chapter. I'm just taking quick notes here and then we'll be continuing on. Okay. Another branch of theory centers in harmonics. So, I'm getting right back into the last book that we just read, The Energy Grid by Bruce Cathy. Bruce Cathy is meticulously charting the courses of phenomena grouped under the title of, quote, UFO, end quote. Michael Halus, spelled Helus, has undertaken a universal theory of harmonics that he calls astrosonics. I'm running out of room here. Alright, we'll fit him in. Michael Helus. Astrosonics. So Michael Helus has undertaken a universal theory of harmonics that he calls astrosonics and is attempting to develop a practical health technology for people to get, quote, in tune, end quote, with Gaia by reactivating the harmonics of the cosmic time and place of their birth. He believes that the planetary grid harmonics can and will be manipulated if we do not develop a responsible stewardship for this profound and powerful resource. Oh. How we all doing out there? We got a few more names coming up here. Some of these names I have to look at, think about the pronunciation before I say them. But, you know, I'm still gonna get them wrong from time to time. John Sinkiewicz, spelled Sinkiewicz, has developed a theory not unlike that of Donald Cyr, spelled Cyr, that we may be making an enormous mistake if we assume that, quote, nature, end quote, is natural. That it's always been like this, with wild climate swings, tornadoes, pole wobble, and the like. Sinkiewicz believes the Earth energy grid is out of alignment, is no longer anchored at the North and South poles, and that New Age spiritual communities around the world are gradually rediscovering the new grid and building their sacred sites in accordance to activate it. Ray Stoner, spelled Stoner, working with the shamans among the Central American and North American Indians, has gone a step further and is searching the museums and ruins for potential pieces of the grid power system, quote unquote. So, quote, power system, unquote, that he believes was once in operation around the world and centered in the pyramids. He is potentially the most politically revolutionary theory, since so many key, quote, artifacts, end quote, in parentheses, such as the unusual stone yoke shown in illustration number 13, which we'll be showing in a moment here, end parentheses, are found in the museums and collections of the very wealthy. So illustration number 13. Archaeologists hypothesize that, quote, stone yokes, end quote, such as this one on display at Chicago's Field Museum, were worn by Mayan athletes during their strenuous and violently competitive games. These yokes measure approximately 24 inches by 18 inches and are about 4 inches in width. They appear to be carved from solid granite and weigh perhaps several hundred pounds. Ray Stoner has noticed a resemblance to magnets, even down to carvings of heads facing opposite directions on the two poles. In our opinion, the object is incomplete, perhaps requiring some sort of attractive base plate. And this is that stone yoke that is being referred to, which it's at the Chicago Field Museum. It might be worth a trip just to go see that in person, take some quick photographs of. Yeah, my mom says she's getting tired here in the chat. I know, it's a late one. We started late, we're running long, so thank you for sticking around here. But I really want to get through the rest of this is just so much. Really, I want to finish this. I want to finish the rest of what we have here. So let's get going. If you have to, come back and watch later, but I'm going to do my best to cover this until I can't anymore. If we have to continue next week, we will. But I'll do my best to get this done tonight. The work of both Stoner and Sinkiewicz provides something of a bridge to the work of the dowsers, notably Christopher Bird, in parentheses, who dowses for information. end parentheses. Terry Ross, in parentheses, former president of the American Society of Dowsers, who practices a kind of dowsing of manifestation for needy third world countries, end parentheses. And the thousands of dowsers here and in Europe who are slowly uncovering a transcontinental network of lines based on a kind of sixth sense of the flow of Gaia and the quote lay, end quote, of the land. And lay is spelled L-E-Y. So the ley lines. And who else did dowsing? Ed Leedskalnin. The same type of work has been carried on in China and Japan for thousands of years as geomancy, the identification of archetypes of the tiger and the dragon in the landscape, and the siting of buildings and their functions with respect to balancing these forces with the flow of underground water and cosmic energy. And it says, see illustration number 14. Oh, man. What are we looking at? Where is it? It's not here. Oh, man. A branch of dowsers in this country, in parentheses, including Tom Bearden, Ken McNeil, Toby Groats, and Walter Baumgartner, end parentheses, are pushing the politics of grid research into the development of practical, quote, free energy devices, end quote, that will be decentralized, affordable, and supportive of personal freedom. We're getting into the nitty-gritty here. There's no illustration 14. I don't know if they just forgot to add it, but it's just not here. It goes from 13 to 15. Like, it's not here. We have 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, we don't have that illustration 14. It's not printed in here. I'm making a list of these names, so just hang tight. Tom Bearden, Ken McNeil, Toby Groats, Grotz, and Walter Baumgartner. And see, that's also the trouble with first editions, because there's errors that happen or images don't get added. So, what are we to do? Do I find a revised edition and see if it's in there? But that's the only way we'll know. We're closing in on 3 hours here. This is going to be one of the longest Coral Castle shows I've ever done. And one of the latest. Like, we're going into the early morning hours here. Okay. Let's keep reading, because we don't have that much left to read. But there is still a lot to go over for this. So let's carry on. A new synthesis. Predictions and speculations. I actually wonder if we should just split this into next week. But I don't want to. I want to carry on with this. There's just no way I can split this up at this point. We have to finish it tonight. I have this deep dive series planned through the end of January. I'd have to go and change every single show from now until January. 3 months worth of shows. So we have to finish it tonight. Sorry, everyone. This is just going to be a long one. A new synthesis, predictions and speculations. In 1983, upon first seeing a drawing of the Russian planetary grid in Moira Tim's book, Prophecies and Predictions. There's just so many references in this very short chapter, and it is short. It's 20 pages. All right, prophecies and predictions. Okay. In 1983, upon first seeing a drawing of the Russian planetary grid in Moira Tim's book, Prophecies and Predictions, we immediately recognized the work of R. Buckminster Fuller, who had spent a lifetime developing his models and theory of, quote, nature's comprehensive building system, end quote. So just keep in mind that all of these names that are being mentioned, they spent their entire lives looking at this information, trying to come to a conclusion. And here we're just discovering these people's names now, and they spent their entire lives researching this topic. There before us, adapted from Chris Bird's article, was a drawing of an incomplete, quote-unquote, geodesic sphere. In fact, the exact sphere upon which Fuller had based his geodesic domes and much of his theory of synergetic geometry. With the simple addition of 60 lines which connected the vertexes of Sanderson's icosahedron to the vertexes of the added Russian dodecahedron, we had duplicated the Neolithic craftsman's model and established Fuller's 15, quote, great circle, end quote, polyhedron as a key link in the chain of grid ideas. After locating Bird's original article and finding the Russian work in Chemistry and Life, a USSR science magazine, we went into what many researchers, writers, and artists call, quote, curiosity/compulsion syndrome, end quote. Everything we seemed to hear, see, read, and even eat related, quote, in some way, end quote, to the planetary grid. 3 months after glancing at that Russian drawing, our library had totally changed. Cardboard and store-bought globes littered our tables, and we were driving to Washington, D.C. to meet with Chris Bird. Since that time, nearly a year ago, a cascade of information from friends, students, co-researchers, and others has brought us to this current presentation. We propose that the planetary grid map outlined by the Russian team Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov is essentially correct, with its overall organization anchored to the north and south axial poles and the Great Pyramid at Giza. They actually spelled Giza as Gizeh. The Russian map, however, lacks completeness, in our opinion, which can be accomplished by the overlaying of a complex icosahedrally derived spherical polyhedron developed by R. Buckminster Fuller. Okay. In his book, Synergetics 2, he called it the, quote, composite of primary and secondary icosahedron great circle sets, end quote. We have shortened... sorry, the stream dropped really quickly. OBS kind of dropped out for some reason. Okay, continuing on here. I'll recover what possibly was lost here. In his book, Synergetics 2, he called it the, quote, the, quote, composite of primary and secondary icosahedron great circle sets, end quote. We have shortened that to Unified Vector Geometry, or UVG 120 sphere. Because of the form's elegant organization of 121, quote, great circles, end quote, running through its 4,862 points. We use the number 120 due to its easy comprehension as a spherical polyhedron with 120 identical triangles. Okay. All approximately 30, 60, and 90 in composition. All other forms within our unified vector geometry use shape names and numbers which refer to the quantity of smallest UVG basic triangles within a given form, and the number of named forms in the UVG 120 polyhedron or sphere. Thus, when we refer to our, quote, Pac-Man, end quote, pentagons, which appeared in our first planetary grid map, you should know that we also call them UVG 10/12 pentagons, because 10 of our basic triangles create each pentagon, and there are 12 pentagons in the UVG 120 sphere in polyhedron. In our commercially available Earth Star foldable globe/map, we use the UVG 4/30 diamond, or rhomb, RHOMB. Within this diamond are 4 basic triangles, and there are 30 diamonds in the 120 polyhedron and sphere. See illustrations number 15 and 16. So like I said, illustration 14 is not present here. So illustration 15, our goal in producing Earth Star was the creation of a map that would be comfortable to an audience oriented to the equatorial linearity and continental positioning of a standard Mercator map. It depicts major river systems, seismic zones, major ocean currents, and the lines of the UVG 120 polyhedron. The map is an excellent tool for distance estimation, as the sides of the basic triangle measure 1,400, 2,200, and 2,600 miles respectively. In parentheses, an interesting numerological coincidence, the sides of the basic triangle add up to 6,200 miles, or 1/4 of the circumference of the Earth. End parentheses. We believe that this map was used by ancient navigators of the seas and skies, who would have found these great circle routes the most convenient and efficient for long-distance travel. So there's text on this illustration that is just not readable in the book. Like, I can even, if I look as close as possible to this, I can't even read what it says in the black there. But this is what they're referring to as a foldable map covering, what, close to 1/4 of the entire Earth. Okay. And then illustration 16. The UVG 4/30 diamond centers on Earth Star will provide, we believe, the most fertile zones for research into the ancient history of the Earth because they appear to be so geologically stable. In addition, there is a surprisingly full history of advanced cultures in these areas already established. The complex of Alexandria/Cairo/Jerusalem, which just says it's at point 1. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're referring to here. Okay, so there's like a little easier map to look at in terms of like spatial recognition, and if you folded it all together, it would turn into something like that. So point 1, let's look at that. Right in the center. Right there, where my middle finger's at. So that's Cairo. A possible nuclear waste storage area postulated by Childress in Gabon. So that's point 40. That's right on this like equatorial line. The people of the four corners, point 13. That's again inside a diamond of 4 triangles. The sacred lands of Hopi. That's point 17. Also inside 4 points of a triangle, of triangles. Right here. The sacred lands of the Australian Aborigines, point 44. Right here. The vast complex of megaliths and stone circles in the British Isles. That's point 11. The extraordinary Ugansk Bay Eskimo Art Complex. And that's point 9. Yeah, these are all falling right in the center of all of these. They're inside the diamonds of all of these 4 triangles that are made up. The ancient splendor of Amazonian cities now buried in vegetation, point 36. That one's kind of hidden by the equator line. Let me get a better point there, right there. The Argentine Taffy megaliths, point 48. That's down here. The contemporary site of major Soviet defense research, point 5. That's up here. And the nearly unmatchable biological splendor of the Galapagos Islands. That's point 34. Which is right here. So the illustration, again, this map put together, you get this. Here's a physical representation of it. Apparently there's a sound issue. I don't know. It might have dropped out once because of OBS doing something a little wonky, but it should be fine now. Let me know if it keeps up doing that. This figure permits not only easier assembly of the UVG-120 polyhedron, in parentheses, in the form of the rhombic triacontahedron, end parentheses, than our pentagon-based hexachus icosahedron, but also permits easy orientation to the 4 compass points when working with the globe or map. And then in parentheses it says see illustration number 17 and chart. And I guess it's also just saying look at the bottom portion of this. I'm doing my best here. This is just... I don't know. We might have to think about what we're doing here. Okay. Okay, we're just going to try to run through it here. I'm not trying to rush, but I'm trying to get through this. And now we come to our most fascinating discovery of all. The predictive utilization of the basic triangle. It is this figure which we knew to be the result of multiple mappings of all 5 regular platonic solids on the surface of a sphere or combined polyhedral form, in parentheses, icosahedron and dodecahedron, in parentheses, like the hexachus icosahedron and or rhombic triacontahedron. What we hadn't known until recently was that R. Buckminster Fuller had not only drawn and analyzed the basic triangle, but had also noted all its internal angles in planar and spherical notation. It says, see illustration number 18. So this is what they're referring to as the basic triangle. And really, I don't even know what we're looking at here. This is all new information to me. Okay. Also, what we hadn't known until quite recently was that this triangle could predict so many kinds of events and geographic patterns at so many times and places throughout human history. As mnemonic tools, the UVG base triangle and 120 sphere store and integrate biology, metaphysics, mythology, astronomy, geology, human struggle, or in the words of Pythagoras, quote, the supernatural within the finite, end quote. And then illustration number 17 says, see page 63. Block wall is neutral zone in Earth's dipolar magnetic field. I mean, it's just showing more magnetic energy fields on the Earth. The geometry of Earth star is the rhombic tricontahedron projection method developed by R. Buckminster Fuller. We have continued to use the numbering system originally published by Russian researchers. So page 63. I mean, we'll glance at it here. So it's a point of zero magnetism. That's what the block wall is. Okay. I'm just speculating here, but maybe this thick line running through the center is actually that area of no magnetism, the block wall. Okay. Okay, there's not much left here. I promise there's not much left. But in a way, there's a lot left. So take it what you will. On September 1st, 1983, in the pre-dawn sky, a 747 jumbo jet is cruising over the last island in the Aleutian chain. The Korean pilot is relaxed and having coffee as his autopilot is switched into, quote, red route 20, end quote. The standard course set for all airliners out of Anchorage to avoid coming within 25 miles of Russian territories north of Japan. At 3:18 a.m. Japan time, the pilot radios that his position is 115 miles south of Hokkaido Island in northern Japan. Ground radar, however, locates the plane 115 miles north of Hokkaido and well into Soviet airspace. At 3:27 a.m., a garbled distress call goes out from the plane, the last message to be sent from KAL-007. Glance at our illustration of the path of the plane on the UVG-120 sphere and imagine this scenario. KAL-007 crosses Planetary Grid Point 6, approximately 1,800 miles east/southeast of Anchorage, Alaska, about 1 a.m., Thursday, September 1st, 1983. The positions of the sun and moon begin bringing enormous energy into the vector line, which stretches from the tip of the Aleutian chain to the Mongolian/Soviet mainland west of Sakhalin Island. It says see illustration 19. And that's just the grid system from the front page here. Okay. That's really interesting. So the positions of the sun and moon begin bringing enormous energy into the vector line, which stretches from the tip of the Aleutian chain to the Mongolian/Soviet mainland west of Sakhalin Island. Silently, without alerting Captain Chun, the pilot, the geocompass in the autopilot's guidance system is slowly pulled 22.24 degrees off its corrected north bearing, altering the course of the plane by that amount while simultaneously beginning to energize and speed up the magnetic odometer in the plane's computer navigational system. A fractional addition of a mile is added to each actual mile traveled at an accelerating rate. As the crew and passengers talk about the festivities ahead in Seoul, other smaller aircraft appear behind the 757 airliner. No communication takes place because the pilots of the smaller aircraft are never given international radio frequencies for fear they will defect. Then an explosion and another thunder into the ears of the crew. Captain Chun begins his radio distress call, but in 4 short minutes the lives of all 269 aboard are gone. Man. Compare the above to the flight of KAL-902 out of Paris, bound for Anchorage. The date is April 20th, 1978. In the pre-dawn sky over Grid Point 11 in northern Scotland, the 707's guidance system compass begins to read to an energized line running up from the Bermuda Triangle. Captain Kim Chang-Kyu, a veteran KAL pilot, doesn't notice the bearing of his plane changing slowly to 82.25 degrees off his near-polar Great Circle route. The plane moves onto an infill grid line over Greenland. By the time the plane moves into the next basic grid triangle, a passenger notices that the Arctic sun, which had been on his right, is now on his left. Before he can alert Captain Caillou, a Russian missile slams into the fuselage, killing 2 passengers and forcing the plane to land on a frozen lake south of Murmansk. As Russian troop vehicles appear on the shore, Captain Caillou apologizes to his passengers, saying that he had felt something had gone wrong with his compass before the Russian planes had appeared. Both incidents, KAL-007 and KAL-902, were based on pre-dawn crossings of major grid points, 6 and 11, by sophisticated aircraft, which then, unbeknownst to their crews, drifted off their programmed course and followed minor grid lines until shot down by uncommunicative Russian pilots. We predict that there will be other incidents such as these occurring in the future, and not just off the Russian coastline. We feel that incidents such as these help pinpoint the evidence about which Ivan Sanderson theorized in 1972, that there is a predictable physical pattern of energy events working through the system Chris Bird called the Planetary Grid. The, quote, predictable physical pattern, end quote, was discovered in quite a different context from Earth energy research, while discussing the physical structures which support his theories of geometry in Synergetics 1. R. Buckminster Fuller presented evidence that the microphotography of balloon skin layers has, under near ideal conditions, produced visible patterns identical to our UVG-120 sphere surface structure. As interior gas molecules ricochet off the inner surface of the balloon, they manifest their kinetic energy in, quote, great circle, end quote, patterns of, quote, shortest distance, end quote, frequency. If the ambient temperature of the balloon's exterior can be delicately balanced and equalized, the patterns of UVG-120 sphere can become visible. So the pattern of the UVG-120 sphere can become visible. Given that the Earth's original formation was based upon the clustered gravitational packing of quadrillions of vibrating cosmic dust particles and gases, which I'm not sure if that's even true at this point. In the early eons of our solar system, we feel the analogy of the balloon skin is strongly comparable to the lines of vectoral energy we hypothesize are transiting the Earth's surface. Yeah, transiting. Our basic UVG triangle reveals a 120th section of these energy lines, and we think that is totally predictable to find detailed physical manifestations of these lines, particularly on continental land masses. A possible piece of supporting evidence comes from the Vail, VAIL/Sire, or CYR, canopy theory, which proposes a more equalized world climate during the megalithic period. See footnote. Well, you know. Donald Sire, editor of Stonehenge Viewpoint, and his friend Lawrence W. Smith have championed and greatly expanded the ideas of Isaac N. Vail since their high school days in the 1930s. As an archaeoastronomer, Sire's notion is that much can be gained in understanding past civilizations if we do not make the uniformitarian assumption that things such as climate have always been roughly as they are now. The Vail-Sire canopy theory supposes that during the megalithic period a layer of ice crystals formed over the Earth at a height of about 50 miles. This could have produced something like the greenhouse effect, a mild, relatively windless climate with the atmosphere at the dew point over much of the Earth,
with spectacular halos around the sun and moon. The light of the sun shining through the ice crystals would have been so brilliant that it would have been impossible to gaze at it directly. Because of the optics of the light refraction through the ice crystals, however, each halo edge would fall 22 degrees from the center of the sun, with a less common but equally regular secondary halo occurring 46 plus degrees from the center. This glorious sky phenomena could have given man the world over a predictable common unit of measure. A related effect of the canopy may also help explain the seemingly phenomenal knowledge of astronomy among the ancients. Joe Jockmans, writing as Childress, received an honorary doctorate for his interpretation of Genesis based upon canopy and other Earth energy effects. He claims that the canopy may have magnified the light from the stars and planets and made them appear closer and much easier to view with the unaided eye than is possible today. His other fascinating theory is that the megalithic canopy was predicted by an even larger, more magnificent canopy that ultimately collapsed, producing the Great Deluge and reign of 40 days and 40 nights that is recorded in the sacred tradition of virtually every culture on Earth. Incredible. If the global climatic ambience were more regularized than it is today, it is possible that the grid energy manifestations were also more visible and potentially more available for applied use. Extending the speculation back further in time, the deluge myth, found in the myths of virtually all cultures, can perhaps be traced to some technological endeavor, and then in parentheses it says Atlantean, ? End parentheses. Some technological endeavor that caused a partial and devastating collapse of the canopy. Before this collapse, the poles may well have been free of ice, end parentheses, hence the existence of maps such as the Piri Reis and Buache, and that's spelled B-U-A-C-H-E, end parentheses. Polar ice caps may have formed relatively rapidly in the period of climatic disequilibrium. In this light, Sire's megalithic canopy theory is correspondent with our own findings in analyzing megalithic sites. We have documented in the illustrations of Ireland, Britain, and Europe, which follow a patterned interface of man-made constructions dating to the megalithic period, which correspond to our proposed, quote, infrastructure, end quote, for the Icasa dodecahedral planetary grid. New evidence that we are just beginning to analyze, and which include patterns of mounds with the central United States and the curious, quote, lines, end quote, of the Nazca area in Peru, exhibits the same close correspondence. This proves to us that the past cultures have been aware of and attuned to the energies of the UVG-120 sphere. We're almost done here, and then we have images to show, but like we're almost done reading. Man, it's carrying on longer than I anticipated tonight. I apologize. But hey, we're here, we're doing it now. We're finishing it now. This would have been easier if I started earlier, but my time just wouldn't allow it. A second analogy to Earth's processes we feel comfortable with is the Russian crystal Earth concept, whereby coalesced volcanic matter which formed the Earth settled initially into a crystal for... That's all it says. Then, in parentheses, UVG 120 polyhedron. End parentheses. So I'll just read that all together as one. A second analogy to Earth's processes we feel comfortable with is the Russian crystal Earth concept, whereby coalesced volcanic matter which formed the Earth settled initially into a crystal for UVG 120 polyhedron. The Russians theorize that with rotation and centrifugal redistribution of molten surface material, the Earth soon took on its spherical form but remains a deep crystal structure and its predictable manifestations. One of these is based on the principle that crystal edges and vertexes carry most of the thermal, structural, and electromagnetic energy events developing from within and imposed upon the surface material. Satellite cameras and infrared/radar instruments have both bi-dowsing groups interested in this rarest form of, quote, harmony of the spheres, end quote, and ley line hunters such as John Mitchell and others in the great tradition of Alfred Hawkins, who wonder at the coincident sighting of modern towns and significant structures upon ancient stone remains from the past. And it says, see illustration 22. This just keeps getting more and more bizarre. Alright, there's a lot of recognizable country names here. You got Great Britain. So really, like, we're looking at it this way. This is really the way we should look at it. But I was holding it the other way so you can see higher detail in the entire frame here. Alright. We're on the last page of text, and then we have the illustrations that have the descriptions. We have footnotes. We have planetary grid system coordinates, but that's all like extra stuff here. So like we're just about finished with the chapter, so just hang in there with me. I should have split this up into two, but oh well. All right. We also hold that a major reason why megalithic groups were so interested in astronomy and the precise calculation of solar and lunar phases was that within these calculations rested the predicted, quote, pulses, end quote, of energy through the grid at different times of the year. Captain Bruce Cathy, an airline pilot and prolific grid researcher from New Zealand, has theorized for years regarding the grid's pulsing harmonic pattern and how it might relate to UFO and, quote, skylight, end quote, phenomena. UVG is applicable to this research in a curious way. Again, UVG. R. Buckminster Fuller was constantly experimenting with spherical packing. How many equal-sized spheres can you fit into a given polyhedron? And how can the arrangement be shifted? in parentheses, keeping the same number of spheres, end parentheses, into a different one. So basically, and how can the arrangement be shifted into a different one? As it happens, the UVG-120 polyhedron shifts back and forth with the cube octahedron, or vector equilibrium model, as Fuller calls it, that Cathy uses and that seems to map UFO phenomena. We can hypothesize the heartbeat of Gaia. The ancients evidently patterned their universal and local holidays and feasts to conjoin with the interlocking events between the grid and solar system energy fields. Both KAL-007 and KAL-902 tragedies occurred during significant holiday periods. 007 during a major Hindu feast for Vishnu, and 902 during Good Friday/Passover. We have also come to speculate that the stone polyhedra introduced early in this article may have been used as charts and terrestrial guides for large pilgrimages which took place over major regions of the globe. See illustration number 23. So I guess 23 is what I just showed you before. This is 23. So this has gotten a little confusing, and I apologize for that. So this was 22. But that's just covering the continent of Africa and some of Europe up there. I'm sorry about that. But this is number 23. I'm trying to show these as we go. So basically, I'm just going to backtrack a little bit here. So dowsing groups interested in the rarest form of harmony of the spheres, and ley line hunters who wonder at the coincident sighting of modern towns and significant structures upon stone remains from the past. That's referring to this. You can see Babylon, Mecca, Great Zimbabwe, Timbuktu, Constantinople, Rome. Okay. And I've actually seen something similar to this before. So now that I've corrected that, let's go back to where we were reading, and this is the last paragraph of this chapter before it gets into highly technical footnotes and coordinates. But we're not going to cover all of it. Like, there's I don't know how long that would take. It's not that long, but I don't know how to correlate it all to stuff on the map here in a speedy way. It's just, I don't see it happening. We have also come to speculate that the stone polyhedra introduced early in this article may have been used as charts and terrestrial guides for large pilgrimages which took place over major regions of the globe. So that's referring to this page right here. Which that has all of these different cross sections. Turkey, Egypt, Algeria,
Great Britain, Soviet Union. And then if I'm understanding that right, this doesn't even finish. Okay, hold on. I got it. So the stone polyhedra, let's take a look at that real quick. I want to assume they're talking about this again. Which all put together creates this. Spiritually and intellectually hungry travelers may well have visited major energy collection points on the grid, each having its own flavor and delight. The handheld model or map, attuned as it was to the solar system and to the monuments and towns one would pass along the way, was a complete tool for the Voyager. And it says see illustration 24. So that's over here. So I'm not even sure I understand what they're doing here. They travel around these points. Departure, they go out here and then they go around. Let's read that. Taylor Hansen, in a little-known book entitled He Walked the Americas, presents over 30 years of research documenting the presence of a white-robed, fair-skinned man known throughout the mythologies of the Americas, among many other names, as the Lord of Wind and Water, Tacoma, T-A-H-C-O-M-A-H, Tacoma, like Tacoma, Washington, or Kate Zal, K-A-T-E-Z-A-H-L, the prophet. The map shows the path of his pilgrimage, beginning in the Western Ocean, circling the major American grid points, and ending in the Eastern Ocean horizon. It is possible that, quote, Jesus Christ, end quote, is our surviving mythology of sacred pilgrimages on the, quote, Giza crystal, end quote. Incredible. Alright, let's finish reading the chapter. It may even have charted the cycle of transcontinental festivals in much the same way that the Australian Aborigines are able to coordinate huge religious gatherings with seemingly no deliberate planning. The, quote, bureaucracy, end quote, is maintained only in the flow of time through lines of kinship, lines of sight, and sacred lines of Churinga, and that's spelled Tchuringa. Okay. So that's the whole chapter, but it kind of skipped this, it's weird. It didn't really go into some of these illustrations here.
I'll read the illustration descriptions, but like that's about all I have here. Besides the grid coordinates, which like I don't really want to go into. Because I don't know how long that would take to try to map it all out, you know? Alright. So illustration 18. It's the basic triangle again. This thing here. Within the basic triangles, 30, 60, and 90 degree angles, whose lines and vertexes define 120 of those triangles, 62 major grid points, and 15 major great circles, are arrayed 45 intersection points and 16 lines which manifest 106 minor great circles and 4,800 minor points over the face of the globe. And in parentheses it says UVG total is 4,862 points, on parentheses. By noting the three numbers for the basic UVG triangle followed by a single number for a minor grid point. Example, Oxford, England falls near 2-11-20/2 on our European maps. Two numbers for a minor grid line. Example, Italy's boot heel is defined by basic triangle 2-1-20/43-28 minor line. Yeah. I'm not sure what we're looking at or reading here. Yeah. Sorry, but it's just, I don't know. In illustration 19, an activation of the grid system appears responsible for the demise of two modern jetliners dependent upon computerized navigational systems. On September 1st, 1983, KAL-007 left Anchorage. So right here. On an intended flight to Seoul, South Korea, K, which is outside here. It was diverted down a minor grid line to a crash site near Sakhalin Island, S. So it diverted upward north. S is right there. There's a little bit of a dotted line to show where it ended up. K was the destination. A was the departure point. On April 20th, 1978, It was diverted down a minor grid line to a crash site near Sakhalin Island, S. KAL-902 left Paris, designated by the letter P, up in this corner. It's that little white circle there, right below my finger. Bound for Anchorage, A, on April 20th, 1978, but was diverted down a minor grid line and shot down near Murmansk, in the Soviet Union. So it left, and then it looks like it hit this little outer edge of this grid point and like went around it. You see that? Like it followed one side of one intersection and then started going up, like it got caught between a whirlpool. Did the same thing happen over here? This one, it just flew straight into one and then diverted out. It's kind of weird. So we have illustration 20, which we haven't talked about yet while I've been reading. This is illustration 20, this whole page of these three spheres. So let's read that briefly. R. Buckminster Fuller's configuration of electromagnetic bandwidths, which is the small sphere. So this small one. Electromagnetic bandwidths. And that's 2 words, bandwidths. Is a hidden master pattern in the UVG-120 sphere. The similarity to handheld decorative reed spheres from Southeast Asia is further evidence that such, quote, planning models, end quote, have been in common use throughout human history. Quote, if you could only see the reams of tracing paper which spill out of the drawers in my office, end quote, writes A.M. Davy. Quote, I have been doing the same exercise with electromagnetic bandwidths for years. To forecast an event in the catastrophe theory, this principle must be used. Whether a planetary scale or down to full Earth surface scale of fractions of inches, it is basically the same theory. I have done experiments with bandwidths of frequency tunability in the lab and found the same experiences as reported in the Bermuda Triangle and UFO incidents. This experiment is too dangerous to repeat, and Edinburgh University has agreed to ban on all attempts to reenact the experiments. It is potentially lethal. The theory of this phenomenon was known to Aristotle. It is definitely time-space-color-harmony syndrome in content, and therefore obeys a numerical law of nature to allow forecasting the event. So this was known to Aristotle, and it's lethal. All experiments banned on the bandwidth. Illustration 21. Unobstructed minor grid energy lines focus into a basic triangle corner in the British Isles, which have probably the largest clustering of megaliths in northern Europe. Stone circles are indicated by dots. Let's give it a moment to adjust here. Okay. There we go. We got Glastonbury, we got Stonehenge, we got Arbor Low. Can't see what that one is. Avebury. Longness and her daughters. And Callanish. I think I've heard of Callanish before, too. And Clava. But all these dots down here is what he's talking about. Alright, and now 22. Both leyline hunters and dowsers have wondered at the persistent site lineups of ancient megaliths and more recent sacred constructions, cathedrals, capital cities, shrines, etc., The diamond pattern line superimposed on our map shows a transcontinental system of energy ley lines produced by Golin Bloy. That's Golinbloy, an experienced dowser in Europe. Most of the line has been confirmed by dowsing. The correspondence with the UVG-120 sphere is apparent. And this just goes into more detail. In Triangle 11-20-2, we find Oxford, North Sea oil deposits, Rotterdam, Hamelin, village of the Pied Piper, Berlin, Chartres, Altamira, Frankfurt, Barcelona, Cordoba, Hamburg, and Lourdes. Then in Triangle 20-2-1, we find Athens, Delphi, and Assisi, home of St. Francis. And that's what we were looking at here earlier. So if we go closer, we see all these old cities as well. And that's the tree of the Kabbalah, right? And I don't know why the person's like... I don't know why this is here. I really don't. And then we looked at 23. The tree can be understood as representing the chakras in the body of universal man and Anthropos. Adam Cadman, sacred anatomy equals sacred geometry. There would be a number of connected patterns of trees/men covering the surface of the globe, which, depending upon the scale or application, might correspond to the, quote, root races, end quote, or, quote, sub-root races, end quote, or perhaps even the 12, quote, tribes, end quote, of Israel, or mankind. Mankind is in parentheses right after the word Israel. As there are ever finer gradations of, quote, trees, end quote, within the Sephirotic tree, the, quote, extended trees, end quote, would create chains in great circles woven across the sphere like the electromagnetic bandwidths of frequency tunability, end quote. Communication from Robert Gulick in Englewood, Colorado. So I'm actually thinking that one... They're saying 23 is this, but it might be this. I don't even know anymore. This is what is represented as number 23. But then they're talking about men and trees, and then you got this here. So I'm assuming this is the tree they're talking about. It only makes a little more sense seeing it that way. It says Tree of the Kabbalah, so maybe that's really... This is illustration 23, even though it's on the page where 22 should be, and then this is 22. But, you know, we're so far into this now. I've seen errors. I've seen misspelled words. There's an illustration missing that should be here, and it's not. And then finally here, we got illustration 24. L. Taylor Hansen, a little-known book entitled He Walked the Americas, presents over 30 years of research documenting the presence of a white-robed, fair-skinned man known throughout the mythologies of the Americas. Okay, so I read that already. And then we have like 13 footnotes, and then we have a chart of planetary grid system coordinates, which really I don't need to read over. I can just show you briefly here what this says. Okay. So maybe this will give you incentive to pick up the book if you really want to look at these coordinates, but like, this would be a whole other 2 hours of the show of me to just matching up all these coordinates. And really, I don't feel it's necessary for like us looking into all of this. But maybe how it correlates we'll get to at another point in this book. But that's going to do it for tonight. We hit 4 hours. This is the longest Coral Castle show I've ever done. And we've done 30 of these. This is number 30. Or is this part... No. Is this part 29? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. No, this is part 30. This is part 30. Okay. You see, this is why I limit these things to like 2 hours tops. Because then otherwise I just start not being coherent here. So next week... we are covering Diamagnetic Gravity Vortexes by Richard LaForce Clark, PhD. Check that out. It says down here it's a convergence of two black holes. You know what that reminds me of? Bruce Cathy's atomic bomb theory of the energy expelling itself on the other side of the planet. Now, I don't know how long next week's show is going to be, but it's like just the same amount of pages, really. It's bigger text. So maybe that's what threw me off with how I sectioned this off. Because I did split chapters in this book. Like, we're reading chapter 6 in 2 parts because it's just too long. The amount of pages is just too many to fit into one show. Because I don't... if I keep going like this, like we'll do 6-hour shows, 12, like, it's just not manageable. Because then I become a little incoherent, and then all of that just... like the valuable information just kind of falls away. And then it kind of becomes more about like, hey, how out of it is Steve doing this for 6 hours? So I don't want to do things like that around here. But we got a decent chunk knocked out here in just 2 weeks. And we'll continue next week. I hopefully we'll be doing this on Tuesday. That's what I hope. We'll see how that goes. We should be here at... if I don't do it at 6 p.m., I'll do it at 7 p.m. But the 7 p.m. start time has been to correlate with me doing other work outside of this. And it's temporary work. It's ending on Sunday. So that's a lot of information to take in. If you guys need to go back and re-watch this, like, please go ahead. If you find anything that you think sticks out to you, bring it to my attention, put it in the comments, and I will reply. Like, I reply to most of the comments that come through here. But it is incredibly late or incredibly early, depending on where you're at. But make sure to hit the like button. Thank you for being here. It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. And we started at 11 p.m. Central Time here tonight. I don't think I'm going to be doing that again. At least with the shows going forward, we'll be done by midnight. Because if we start at 6, and we're not going to take a 6-hour show. We're like, this is an anomaly. This is the exception. This is part 30. We went 4 hours. It's like a double show. I didn't expect that. But maybe I'll have to reorganize the shows that are planned, that are already put in here. Because I have it going through January 13th. That's when we're supposed to finish this book. And it'll come up real quick. And once we're done with that, we're hitting the other books that are related to this. We're just going to keep on moving through. Again, like what we read tonight in this chapter 2, people spent their entire lives researching this topic. And we just spent a mere 4 hours reading about all of them. Talked about like a dozen different people that dedicated their life to this subject. So I do what I can to honor their work, and I really want to get people interested in looking into this further on their own time. So I hope this does that for you. And if this is the only time you're spending looking at this stuff, so be it. I'm actually very happy that you're here. And it's not about maintaining an audience or anything. I'm fascinated in learning and like creating. So like all of this stuff is like coming together, and we'll see where it goes. That's the best I can say. Sandy says, thanks for the show. Great books. Thank you, Sandy, for still being here. We went a long time tonight. Like I said, this is going to be an exception. 4 hours is not the standard for the Coral Castle Deep Dives. So just consider this as a double show. I might actually put that in the title, like double length or something. But I could just leave it alone. Anyways, I will call this a night. I thank all of you for being here. Thank you again, Brenda. Brenda sent 2 super chats tonight. And she didn't have to do that. So, I mean, that just shows how much she cares. And she follows along a lot. So I appreciate her dedication to keeping up with my stuff here. So, until the next one, class dismissed.